Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Follow! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Follow by. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitya Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Nitya Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Nitya Gaura. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Go. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji, Radha Kalachandji, Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Maya sadhu, jala vigraha.
Govinda Hari Purusha Namaham Bhajami 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 Govinda Hari
Yashamati Nandana Braja Baranagar Gokula Ranjana Kanha Yashamati Nandana Braja Baranagar Gokula Ranjana Kanha Baranagar Gokula Ranjana Kanha Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara Paranadhana Kaliya Damana Vidhana Kaliya Damana Vidhana Amala Harinam Amya Vilasha Amala Harinam Amya Vilasha Vipina Purandara Navina Nagaravara Bansi Vadana Suvasa Vipina Purandara Navina Nagaravara Bansi Vadana Suvasa Brajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Brajajana Palana Surakula Nashana नंद गोधन रखवाला, नंद गोधन रखवाला, गोविंद माधव नवनीत ताशकर, गोविंद माधव नवनीत ताशकर, सुंदर नंद गोपाला, सुंदर नंद गोपाला, यमुना तट चर गोपी बसन हर, रास रसिक कृप मोया, यमुना तट चर गोपी बसन हर, रास रसिक कृप मोया, श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर, श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर, श्री राधा कालचंजी वृंदावन नटवर, श्री राधा गोविंद वृंदावन नटवर, आमल हरि नाम मी अभिलाषा, आमल हरि नाम मी अभिलाषा, आमल हरि नाम मी अभिलाषा, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर, श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर, भक्ति विनोदाशराया, भक्ति विनोदाशराया, जय राधा कालचंजी राधा कालचंजी राधे, जय राधा कालचंजी राधा कालचंजी राधे, जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे, जय राधा गोविंद राधा गोविंद राधे, जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेव सुभद्रा, जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय, जय सच्चिनंदन गौर हरि जय सच्चिनंदन गौर हरि, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Srila Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivrajakacarya Ashtottara Shata. His Divine Loving Grace Abhaya Charanaravindaisi Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Srila Prabhupada Avirbhav Mahotsav Ki Srila Prabhupada our Savior Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivrajakacarya Ashtottara Shata Shri Mahadas Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नाम आचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मथुरा धाम की श्री मायापुर नवदीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की सामवेद भक्ति वृंद की Harinam Sankirtan ki Srila Prabhupada's transcendental books and Prashadam distribution ki Nitai Gaura Premanand. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Today's class will be given by Srila Prabhupada. This is the verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 2, Text 9, given on 7th September 1972 in New Vrindavan. The title for the class is What to Ask from God.
First Canto, Second Chapter, Text number 9. Given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada.
Everyone take a deep breath.
Dharma means occupational duty. That be performed.
Janavallabha Giridharadhari Jashodhanandana Brajajanaranjana Jashodhanandana Brajajanaranjana Jamunatira Vanachari Jamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, second chapter, text number 9, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on September 7th, 1972, in New Vrindavan.
All occupational engagements or dharmas are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service or dharma should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification.
the dharma we have described. Dharma means occupational duty. Just like according to Vedic culture, we are supposed to follow the varnashram dharma. It has become very ambiguous at the present moment, Hindu dharma. There is no such thing as Hindu dharma mentioned in the Vedic literature. You don't find either in the Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam or any authorized Vedic literature Hindu dharma. Unfortunately, in India, it has become very prominent, Hindu dharma, something hodgepodge. Our real Vedic dharma is varnashram dharma. That is mentioned in every Vedic literature, in Puranas, in Bhagavata, in Bhagavad Gita, in Ramayana, Mahabharata. So, just like in the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Chatur Varnang Maya System, Guna Karma Vibhagas. Krishna says, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that these four principles, Chaturvarna, four varnas, Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya and Shudra, Maya system, it is created by me. But people are not interested in God's creation. But without this division of human society, a class of men should be Brahman, simply interested in knowledge. Actually, that is going on. Some class of men in the human society, they are engaged in broadcasting knowledge, scientific knowledge. They are supposed to be on the Brahminical qualification, because to distribute knowledge means must have good brain, must have good learning, education. Then there is question of distributing knowledge. A fool rascal cannot distribute. The next class, the politicians, administrator class, they are under the guidance of the intelligent class. They administer to keep the society in peaceful condition, in order. The next class, Vaishya, the productive class, there must be business, trade, production, agriculture, otherwise how man will live. And the Shudra class, general class, worker class, they have neither brain nor administrative power, nor can produce anything, but they can work under the direction of some higher authority. Paricharyatmakam kajam Shudra karma sabhavat, Shudras. So, here we have discussed that everyone can cultivate his particular type of occupational duty with the aim for attaining ultimate salvation. Because the human life is meant for salvation, to get free from the bondage of repetition of birth, death. But the modern civilized man, or the so-called intelligent, intellectual class of men, they have no such information. Therefore, they have been described in the Bhagavad Gita as murha maya aparito jnana. Namanga pravadante murha duskitina naradhama maya aparito jnana asuri bhavamasrita. Asuri bhav means simply sense gratification. There is asuri. There is no other ambition. So practically, modern society is going on the asuri bhav. They have rejected God consciousness and they are simply interested in sense gratification. Asuri bhavamasi. Therefore, in spite of all educational advancement, they are very much proud of having big degrees. But Bhagavad Gita says, Maya apurita jnana. Maya has taken their knowledge, taken it. They have been stolen because they have no real knowledge. Real knowledge is how to get freedom from repetition of birth and death. They do not believe in the next life. They think simply, big professors have talked, especially in Russia. They think that so long this body is there, you enjoy sense gratification to the utmost, the Charvak theory. This was also cultured long ago in India. Rinam kritva dhitang pibed, javat jivet, sukham jivet. Vasya dehasya kuta punaragamana bhave. Why you are thinking of next birth? When this body is burnt into ashes, everything is finished. That is Charvak theory, atheistic. That is going on still. The Charvak class of men are always there. So, I have talked with so many big professors in Russia, and their theory is that after finishing this body, everything is finished. But everything is finished, then why you are working so hard if everything will be finished? That theory is different. That is Asuric theory. Asuric theory. They do not believe in the self, they do not believe in God, they do not believe in the next birth, although these are facts. Simply a sober brain with cool head one can understand that these are facts. They are taking risk only. Now, by ordinary common sense knowledge, if I say there is no next birth, that is not authoritative. Because authoritative knowledge is, suppose from Bhagavad Gita, next life is accepted. Tatha dehantaram prapti dhirastattva namayati. The beginning of Bhagavad Gita is to teach that soul is eternal, it is migrating from one body to another, so there is next life. That is authoritative knowledge. But if somebody says that there is no birth, that is not authoritative. That is a layman's statement. So a layman can put up his own theory in so many ways. Then what shall be the conclusion? The conclusion should be to take authoritative knowledge from authorities, one who is beyond the four defects of common man, one who does not make any mistake, one who is not illusion, one who does not cheat, and one whose senses are perfect. But we are devoid of all these qualifications. We commit mistake, we are illusion, we cheat, and at the same time our senses are imperfect. So how we can give by speculation perfect knowledge? That is not possible. Therefore, our principle, Vedic principle, is to receive knowledge from the perfect. So-called scientists, so-called philosophers, because basically they are imperfect. How they can give you perfect? They can speak something, perhaps it is like that, maybe like that, perhaps it was like that, all their theories are like that. But actual fact is different. Actual fact we get from the Supreme Person, Krishna, that dehantaram prapti, tatha dehantaram prapti, dhirastattva mahinamaya dhira. One is sober. There are two classes of men, dhira and adhira. Dhira means sober and adhira means mad after sense gratification. That is called adhira. So our Krishna consciousness movement is so nice, dhira dhira. What is that? Krishna kirtana gana nartana paro prema mritam nidhi dhira dhira priya. Dhira dhira priya. It is pleasing both to the dhira and the adhira. Those who are sober, they will understand how great this movement is. And even those who are adhira, they will also appreciate, because our program is very nice. Come here, chant Hare Krishna, dance and take prasad. Who will not accept this? And actually, everyone is liking, all right, let us go to the society, chant for some time, dance and take prasadam. And gradually he becomes spiritualized, then appreciates, then he becomes a member. So it is pleasing for the adhir also. So here, whatever is spoken in this Bhagavad statement by Sutta Goswami, this dharmasya hi apavargasya. Everyone is trying to become engaged in particular type of occupational duty. Suppose one man is professor, or one man is engineer, or one man is medical man. Anyone. Everyone has to do what? For livelihood. That's a fact. You cannot live in this material world without working. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna advised Arjuna that you have to work. Without working, you cannot, to keep yourself, your life and soul and body together. You have to work. Sarira jatrapi na pasita. Sarira jat. So you have to work. Krishna never said. Krishna Arjuna is a great devotee of Krishna. Just imagine, he is talking personally with Krishna, and Krishna is personally helping. How much exalted he is. But still, Krishna is advising him to work. Krishna never said, Arjuna, you need not fight. You sit down silently. I shall. Actually, he was doing everything. At last he said, Nimitta mapta bhavasabha sacha. You are simply instrumental. I am doing everything. So Krishna does for the devotee everything. But it does not mean that he will sit down. It is not. This is not our Krishna consciousness movement, creating some idleness. He must work for Krishna's sake. That is the program. Not for sense gratification. And that is called dharma. Here it is said, dharmasya yapavargasya hi apavargasya apavarga. This pavarga I have explained several times. In Sanskrit grammar, there are vargas, ka varga, cha varga, ta varga, pa varga, 5 vargas. So, pa varga means pa, pha, ba, bha, ma, 5 letters. Pa means parishram, hard labor. And pha means foaming, because when you work very hard, from your mouth some foam comes out. Sometimes we see in the body of the horse or any animal. Pa, pha, ba. Ba means bathata, frustration. In spite of working very hard, there is frustration in this material world. Pa, pha, ba. Ba. Ba means bhaya, fearfulness. Although I am working very hard, still I am fearful. What will happen? I am not sure that things will be done properly. In spite of my working very hard. Pa, pha, ba, bha and ma. Ma means mrityu, death. Working so hard day and night, and still there is death. Working so hard, the scientific world is working so hard, but the scientist is dying himself. He cannot stop death. He can create some atom bomb to kill, but he cannot create anything which will stop death. That is not possible. Therefore, this pa, pha, ba, bha, ma, these 5 letters represent 5 kinds of our activities in this material world. So, apavarga, dharmasya hi apavargas. To make it nullify no more hard labor, no more frustration, no more fearfulness, no more death. That is real problem. So, to become religious, dharmic, means how to nullify these five principles of material existence. In the material world, you have to work very, very hard. You cannot think that, oh, I am so great man, I will not work. Nahi suptasya singhasya pravishanti mukhe miga. Suppose the lion is supposed to be the king of the forest. Still he has to work. It is not that a lion will sleep and some animal will come. My dear lion, please open your mouth, I shall enter. That is not possible. Even he is most powerful, even if he is just like your president, he is most powerful man, but he is working hard, more than asses and hawks, to get the post of presidency. So parishram, so nobody can say that without working hard I shall achieve something. That is not possible. But our tendency is that we do not wish to work. Therefore, at the end of the week, we take some, leisure, go out of the city and try to forget all our hard labor throughout the week. But on Monday again, we have to come back. This is going on. Nobody actually, because a living entity by nature, being part and parcel of God, he wants also enjoy life without work. That is his tendency. Just like Krishna. Krishna is enjoying with gopis, is Radharani, but he is not working. He hasn't got to work. We don't hear from Bhagavad or any Vedic literature that Krishna has a great factory and he has to go office at 10 o'clock and then bring money and they enjoy with Radharani. No. We don't want that such kind of rascal God. We want God who hasn't got to work. That is God. Natassakarjam karananta vidyati. That is the Vedic information. God has nothing to do. Then what kind of God he is? He is simply for enjoyment. One European gentleman went to Calcutta. He saw many temples, and when he came to our temple, he saw the Radha Krishna. He went to other temples also, Kali. So he remarked, here is God. His remark was that I saw in other temples they are working. The goddess Kali is working. But here he is enjoying. So God, that description is there in the Vedanta Sutra, Anandamaya Abhyasat, Sachidananda Vigraha, Ishara Paramat Krishna, Sachidananda Vigraha, Anadiradi Govinda, Sarva Karana Karana, although he is cause of everything. But he hasn't got to work. Natasya karyam karanancha vidyate, that is Vedic information. In the Upanishad you find. He has nothing to do. Natasya karyam karanancha vidyate, natasya sama adhikascha dishyate. We do not find anyone equal to him or greater than him. That is God. That God is great. Great means nobody should be greater than him. And God says in the Bhagavad Gita, Matya parataram nanya kinchid asti dhananjaya. There is no other superior authority than you. ahang sarvasya prabhava matta sarvam pravartati. I am the origin of everything. So other demigods like Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, even Lord Vishnu, matta sarvam pravartate, everyone emanates from him. And from them emanates so many things. Just like Brahma, so many creatures have come up. But the original, Adyam, Anadi, Govindam Adi Purusam Tamahang Bhajan. Govinda is the original person. So he hasn't got to do anything. Natasya karyam karanancha vidyate. He has no duty. He hasn't got to go to office 50 miles off with a motor car, running at 70 miles speed, and there is some accident, finish. He hasn't got to do that. Although he runs quicker than anyone. Just like in the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that patram puspam phalam tuyam jomi bhaktya prajitsiti tadahang asnami prajitatmana. So, Krishna is situated in the spiritual world, Goloka eva nivasati, akilatma bhuto. But we are trying to offer him some food stuff as far as possible with the whole hand and friend. Krishna is eating, although he is far away. This is God's position. At least he hasn't got to work. He hasn't got to take the trouble to come. He is already here. Although Goloka eva nivasati, akilatma. Although he is in the Goloka. It is not that Krishna has gone somewhere, taken incarnation, therefore Goloka is vacant. No. In Goloka also he is there, and he is there everywhere. Annantarastham paramanuchayantarastham. So this is God. So, as God hasn't got to do anything, we being Krishna's part and parcel, we have got that tendency that we don't want to do anything, but we want to enjoy. Because you are part and parcel, the same quality is there. But we have fallen under certain conditions that we have to work. This is our position. We have to work very hard so that foam will come out of the mouth. And still you are not assured success, always fearful. And after all, working hard like this, we die. This is our position. The dharma means to accept any kind of religion or faith means to nullify these 5 kinds of vargas. Hard work, foaming, fearfulness, frustration, and ultimately death. That is the purpose of dharma. Dharma hi apavargasya. Dharmasya hi apavargasya. To become religious means how to counteract these 5 principles. That is dharma. Dharma sahi apavargasya. No arthaya hi upagalpati. Not that by executing dharma, I shall go to temple. Everywhere, the Christians go to church to get their bread. Oh God, Father, give us our daily bread. Really, what is this demand? Where God is supplying bread to the cats and dogs and birds and beasts and everywhere, why he shall not give me? That means they do not know what to pray. Dharma sabhabhagya. God give me relief from these 4 kinds of tribulations. That should be prayed. Bread, what is this? Suppose if you go to a king and he says, All right, you can ask anything from me. And if you say, give me a bread, a piece of bread. Is that very intelligent? Huh? If you have approached the king, you should ask, my dear Lord, my dear Your Majesty, may give me something so that I may get free from all kinds of trouble. That should be the prayer. Now what is this prayer? Huh? Give me little bread. Of course, it is better than the rascals who are atheists. They do not approach God. They say, what is that? I am God. I shall, by economic development, I shall create so many bread. Why shall I go to church? So anyone who is going to church and asking God for bread, he is 1,000 times better than that rascal. He is not going to church. Because he is after all approaching God. Maybe he does not know what to pray from God, but he is approaching God. Therefore, he is 1,000 times better than the rascal who is atheist, who does not care for church or temple. That is stated. Sukritina, he is pious, he is accepting God. That God gives us bread. That principle is accepting. Therefore, he is pious. He has been accepted as pious. Chaturdvida bhajante mang, sukritina Arjuna. Those who are pious, they come to me. Arto arthati, jnani. So, jigyasu, there are 4 kinds of men who come to God. They are all pious. The first is artha. To a common man, if he is pious, if he is in distress, he prays to God. My dear Lord, kindly rescue me from this difficulty. But he is still considered as pious because he is approaching God for relief. Arthati, those who are poor, they are going to temple or church for some money, praying to God. They are also pious. And Jigyasu, and one is philosopher inquiring, what is God? Let us study. Jnani, those who are learned scholars. So, those who are searching after God, trying to understand God, who are approaching God for some difficulty, approaching for some relief, all these persons who are approaching God somewhere or other, that's fine. And one who is denying the existence of God, trying to make solution by his own knowledge, they are all called Achyuta. Duskritina, miscreant, naradham, lowest of the mankind, mura, rasa. Navanga duskritina mura prapadante naradhama, maya abhritoggyana asuri bhavamasrita. One can say there are so many big philosophers, scientists, they do not recognize existence of God. Then what about their knowledge? Krishna says, maya abhritoggyana. Their knowledge has no value. Actual essence of knowledge has been taken away by the maya. Therefore, dharma means one should be very serious to get out of this material conditional life. That is real dharma. Not arthaya upakalpate. Not that simply we go to temple at church and ask a God for some material benefit. Arthaya, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. These are called Chaturvarga. That is, in a Vedic civilization, a human body, a human being is recognized when he is interested in these 4 things. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. First of all, dharma without religious life animal. What is the value of? Dharmena hina pasubhi samana. Anyone who has no religion, it doesn't matter what religion he is following. He must follow some religion. It doesn't matter whether Christian religion, Hindu religion, or Buddha religion, and this religion. It doesn't matter. He must have some religion. Then he is human being. And religion means, generally, they understand if I become religious, pious, then my life will be nice. I will get my subsistence. Actually, that's fact. Dharma, artha. And why do we want artha, money, kama, for sense gratification? We require money for sense gratification. And when we are baffled in sense gratification, then we want moksha. When one cannot get sufficiently by trying dharma, artha, kama, economic development, and sense gratification, is still we are dissatisfied, then sometimes we give up this world. Brahma satta jagan mithya. This world is mithya, false. That is not actually giving up the renunciation. Renunciation means you should give up your process of sense gratification and apply yourself very seriously in the service of the Lord. That is called renunciation. That is explained in the 18th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Karma phalam tyagam sannyasa. Sannyas means karma phalam tyagam. Everyone is working in this material world to get some result. The result must be there. Either you work piously or impiously. There must be result. So, those who are not devotees, they will enjoy the result. So, they are entangled. That is explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Jagyate karma annatra lupayam karma bandhana. If you do not work for Jagga, Vishnu, then whatever you are doing, you are being bound up by the reaction of such work. Suppose you have done pious work. Now you are elevated to the higher planetary system, or you become rich man's sons, because by pious activities we get 4 things. Janma, Isajja, Sutta, Sri. Janma, to get birth in nice family, rich family, Aisajja. Janma, Aisajja. Nice family means opulent, riches, Aisajja, and Janma, Aisajja, Sutta, and learning, education also. This is also, not that everyone is becoming very learned, but one who was pious in his past life or in this life, they can be benefited. Nice education also. And Sri and beauty. These are the results of pious activities. Just the opposite is due to impious activity. No riches, no beauty, no knowledge, no good family. So, the pious and impious activities, this is going on. Generally people understand dharma by this. But here Bhagavad says, no. Dharma, religious principles, should be executed to nullify the apavargasya, dharmasya hi apavargasya. Not for material benefit. Material benefit, either you become poor or rich, you have to undergo the tribulations of this material existence. Because you are a rich man, you cannot avoid death. Because you are a rich man, you cannot avoid hard working. Because you are a rich man, you cannot avoid fearfulness. So the same thing is for the poor man. He is also working hard. It may be that he is not getting more money, you are getting more money. But getting more money, you have to work like ass and dog. So you cannot get out of these principles. Either you become rich or poor. Generally they understand that by becoming religious, I shall be rich. That is fact. You can become. But what is the benefit? Suppose you are rich. Do you think that you will not die? Do you think that you will not be attacked by any disease? Do you think that you will not become old? So what is the benefit? But real religion means to nullify these principles. Dharmasya hi apavargasya narthaya upakalpati. Not that becoming religious, I become richer, I get so many material benefits. No, that is not. But you can say that we require some money for existence. Yes, that's a fact. That's a fact. Therefore, our principle is javat artha. You can earn honestly as much as you require for maintaining your body and soul together. Don't work hard. Simply money, sweeter than honey. No. That is not life. That is cats and dogs' life. They are simply working hard. Just like ass. Mura. Mura means ass. This mura, this word is applicable to the worker, the kormis, because they are working very hard. But actually, what he is enjoying, when he lies down, he requires that 6 feet bedstead, that's all. Although he has got land, but you are saying 1% man, they have owned the whole, 25% of the land. Suppose we own the 25% of the whole world, but at the time of occupying the land, I require only 6 feet, that's all. So there is he not asked? He knows that I want only 6 feet land to lie down, why I am trying to acquire the whole world and working so hard. That is asked. Similarly, I am so working hard, what I am eating, perhaps I am not eating. When I come home, I take a piece of bread and a cup of tea. That's finished. But he does not think, why am I working hard? I am not eating more. I am not occupying more place. I cannot enjoy fully, since simply an idea. More money, more money, more money. Therefore he is ass. Ass does not enjoy life, but work very hard. We have got several times explained in India, the washerman keep an ass, and the ass bears 10 tons of load on the backside and goes to the ghat for washing ghat, and he is let loose there, and a morsel of grass, a little few pieces of grass, and he is eating there standing, for again returning with 10 tons of load. He is given freedom. He does not think that why shall I work so hard? This grass is available everywhere, I can go. Why am I working for this washerman? But he has no sense. Therefore he is called ass. Similarly, all these kormis, they are working so hard, but they are eating, say, 2 pieces of bread and a cup of tea or milk, that's all, or something. They are being called. But we must utilize our time, save our time. How to get out of these 5 principles of materialistic life. That is called dharma. And we should earn so much to keep the body and soul together. That's all. Now, if I get more money, if you get more money, then employ it for Krishna. If you get more money, then engage it for Krishna. Don't try to. Therefore it is said, dharmansa arthasya dharmaikantasya na arthasya neither money, arthasya, dharmaikantasya, one who is actually religious. Dharma. Kamo labhayo smita. The money you get, it is not for your sense gratification. Narthasya dharmaikantasya. Actually, if you are dharmic, if you are religious, then suppose you have got money. You can get money because you are dharmic, so you can get money. But don't employ it kamo labha for your sense gratification. Therefore, in any country, in the past, millenniums or years, in the days gone by, any rich man, if he has got some money, he would construct some church or some temple or some mosque. That was the system throughout the whole world. Because they knew that I have got this extra money, I must employ it for God consciousness. But at the present moment, the churches are being transformed into factories. Because they have lost religion. And because they have lost religion, they are animals. And how you can get peace and prosperity in the society of animals? So, dharmasya hi arthasya, narthasya dharmaikantasya. One who is actually religious. He does not earn money for sense gratification. Na kama labhaya vismita. But at the present moment, the more we earn money, more we make prescription or program how to enjoy senses. Nathasya dharmaikantasya kamo labhaya hismita kamasya nendriya priti. But we have got some desires fulfilled, a sense desires. Yes, that also you fulfill. Kamasya nendriya priti, but not for sense gratification. You apply your senses. Just like sex life, there is no forbidding. But you can enjoy sex life for begetting nice children. That's all. Not for sense gratification. This verse will be discussed later on. So, as it is described by Sutta Goswami, the first thing is that dharma, first class dharma means to become a devotee. Sabai punsa paro dharma, jato bhakti radhokal. Ahita kiya pratihata jatma. If you want peace of mind, if you want full satisfaction, then your dharmic life, your religious life should be how to advance yourself in devotional service of the Lord. Then jatma suprasidat, then you will feel satisfaction. Then it is said that dhamma sanustita pumsang visaksena kathatuja. By executing your religious principles, if you do not develop your consciousness about God, then it is simply waste of time and labor. Then it is said, Vasudevi Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayajita Janayati Asu Vairagyam Jnanancha Jadahitaka. Then he says that if you devote yourself in the service of Vasudeva, then you will get perfect knowledge and renunciation without any doubt. And the next verse, it is said, dharmasya hi apavargasya na artha arthayo upakalpate narthasya dharmaikantasya kama labhaya hi smita. So this Bhagavad discourse is meant for giving enlightenment to the people of the world. It is not a sectarian religion. It is meant for all human beings. They should take advantage of the instruction of Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and make their life perfect. That is our Krishna consciousness movement. Thank you.
Following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, second chapter, text number.
All the devotees with Prabhupada are just arriving at the new temple that we got just a few months ago in Rue Le Sueur. So Bhagavan thought that rather than Prabhupada speaking in the temple room, he should speak from the balcony so that he could speak to the people in the street. And also he liked the idea that it was a kingly way of speaking, as in the past, the French kings would speak from that balcony to the crowds. But he had to ask a permission, so he asked the administration of Paris if it was possible. And the officials told him, yes, it's possible, but you cannot use a microphone. So when he said that to Prabhupada, Prabhupada started to laugh, and he said, well, this is the way to say yes, when in fact you want to say no. And as it's impossible to talk to a big crowd of people without a microphone, they will not hear. In the London temple, the deities were carved by Shamsundar, and here also the Jagannath deities have been carved by the devotees themselves. So it was a French devotee who was a sculptor, who was called Dayamriga, who carved them, and then I painted them. And there is two particularities on Subhadra here. That first, she's smaller. She should be a little bit bigger. And the reason is that when Dayamriga wanted to carve her, he forgot that he needed to have the little top knot on her head. And then when he realized he had to do that, then he had to make her shorter in order to be able to carve the top knot on her head. That's why she's kind of smaller. She also has different eyes than most of the Jagannath deities, and the reason was that I painted them according to a picture that I got from India, but I didn't like the look of the eyes of Subhadra, so I just changed the eyes and I made them lotus-shaped eyes, which no Subhadra deity ever had in any deities from India. But everybody found it very, very beautiful, and Prabhupada found them very beautiful, though very unusual eyes for Subhadra.
Later during that visit to London, before Bhagavan and I went on to Paris, Srila Prabhupada called us into his room and to give us some more instructions and inspiration. I was very much hoping at that time to receive a personal instruction from Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada gave many general instructions, but of course a disciple always hankers to have some personal interrelationship with his spiritual master and receive some special instructions. I was a little shy to ask, but at one point I spoke up and I said, Srila Prabhupada, could you give me some instruction? Srila Prabhupada leaned over the desk at that time and looked at me in my eyes. He said, preach boldly and have faith in the holy names. I've always tried to follow that instruction of Srila Prabhupada as a guideline for the rest of my life. I was so nervous at the time, I don't remember how I felt. I just felt blessed that Prabhupada would see me, notice me, and give some instruction that I could build the rest of my devotional career upon. And then Prabhupada, to further encourage both of us, he reached over into his drawer and he gave me one of his dhotis, and he gave Bhagavan Das one of his undershirts. And he just smiled, and then after a little more conversation, we left for our service in Paris, France. I did wear that dhoti. Actually, it was bright saffron. Of course, I was a grihastra at that time, but it was the tadiya, it was the paraphernalia of the spiritual master, and therefore divine. We know that Mahaprabhu himself, in order to encourage his own followers, his own disciples, he would sometimes give them pieces of cloth. A piece of his cloth was sent to Maharaj Bhattaparudra, who worshipped as non-different than the Lord. A piece of his cloth was sent to Gopal Bhatta Goswami in Vrindavan. So this tadiya, this nectar, this mercy of my spiritual master, I took that very seriously. I used to wear that as a chadar, actually. And sometimes when these sannyasis would come through, they would chide me, "You're grihastra and you're wearing saffron?" I said, "Yes, this is no ordinary cloth. This is the dhoti of our spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. I'm not taking it off for anything."
Those of us who came into France as devotees from outside the country quickly learned that French culture was a highly intellectual culture. I think a young person in France in those days, by the age of 13 or 14, probably knew more about history and politics than a college graduate in America. And one thing that we went out of our way to do was arrange as often as possible for Srila Prabhupada to meet with intellectuals and thought leaders of the day. So he met with college professors, and he met with Cardinal Danyalu, and he met with leaders from the World Health Organization. He met with leading Sanskritists. And the meetings were important because it gave us an opportunity to see how does a pure devotee of the Lord speak to different levels of people. And I think what was most astonishing was Srila Prabhupada's ability to listen carefully to each person's particular level of spiritual development and address them on that level. As they approached him, Srila Prabhupada would reciprocate, sometimes becoming very, very firm, very outspoken. "Why do you speak this philosophy? Don't you understand the dangers here?" He was concerned, not out of any kind of pride or a sense of superiority, but because this was dangerous. These philosophies are leading people astray. Atmahana, killers of the soul.
One of the leading figures in the Rosicrucian movement in Paris came to see Prabhupada, and he was quite naive because Prabhupada kept saying, so what is that? And what does that mean? As if Prabhupada had no idea about anything. It was sort of a technique that he was employing. And
My wife divorced me at the age of 52 because she was tired of my tiny deck. But thanks to this special African tribal drink, I grew my tiny buddy from under 4 inches to over 8 in a matter of weeks. You don't have to do weird exercises. You don't need to have
Yogeshwar, we started to get the giggles. And we're sitting behind the man. Because whatever the man said, Prabhupada would say, why? Anyway, after leading this person on and on and on, finally Prabhupada said, so what is the ultimate? He said it's indescribable. Then Prabhupada said, that means you don't know. But still the man never became, put off by Prabhupada. He thought that Prabhupada was really, wanted to learn about the Rosicrucians. Really very funny. Anyway, and another point that Prabhupada said, so what is the highest thing? He said, well, it's a flame. Prabhupada said, a flame? Yes. Prabhupada said, why a flame? Why not a person? But like I said, the man never caught on that Prabhupada was, just pulling him along into this endless forest of foolishness.
One of those that we invited was a psychiatrist. And the reason we invited him is because he was Christian, but in his care of his patients, he was using religion, talking a lot about Christianity. So we thought that would be very interesting to have him meet Prabhupada. So we invited him to come. I went to meet him, to bring him to Prabhupada. And the first thing he said was, where's the patient? So we said, well, there's no patient. We invited you to come and meet our spiritual master. I said, I came to see a patient. Where's the patient? And when he saw there was no patient, he didn't want to come, and he just left. So I was kind of embarrassed, and I went back and explained to Prabhupada that he didn't want to come out because he thought he was coming to take care of some sick person. And so Prabhupada just laughed, and he said he didn't realize he was the patient, and we were going to cure him.
When Prabhupada arrived at the airport in Paris, of course there were a lot of devotees there with flower garlands and so many things. And at the same time, the Indian ambassador to France arrived. It so happens that the French government did not send a proper welcome party for the ambassador. And one of the ladies that was supposed to do something ad hoc for the French government saw devotees. And she thought very quickly, well, you know, we didn't prepare anything, but they look like they're prepared. So she came up and begged the devotees if they would help out, receive the ambassador. And the devotees said yes. Because we already had garlands, we were dressed, we were doing kirtan. So a group of devotees accompanied a few French officials that came and welcomed the Indian ambassador to France and garlanded him and said Hare Krishna. And the French officials that were there, especially one lady, so appreciated that the devotees came at the last minute and really gave a welcome by which the ambassador felt very pleased and honored that she offered to help us out. And the devotees very astutely said, well, our spiritual master has just come. Is there any way you could honor him? And she said, I'll do what I can. And she arranged that Prabhupada be honored officially by the city of Paris and by one of the French city officials.
So when we received that letter saying that Prabhupada could be greeted officially at the Paris City Hall, the letter was saying how it would be the vice president of the Paris City Council that would be receiving Prabhupada, which is an equivalent of what a mayor will be in America. So that was a very, very important personality. In this greeting speech, he was explaining how Paris had always been conscious of the spiritual values. So Paris was very happy to receive someone who is an ambassador of Indian spirituality. And then because Yogeshwar in his letter that explained a little bit of who Prabhupada was, so Mr. Aswad, the mayor, gave some praises of Prabhupada's achievement, saying how it was wonderful that at this age of 70 years old, he came to France and started this spiritual movement. So a lot of very, very nice words of appreciation of Prabhupada.
This woman here is the official reception director for VIPs coming to Paris. In fact, she was the woman who arranged for Srila Prabhupada's reception at the Paris City Hall. And the protocol was made very clear to us that when we go into the reception room, everyone should stand and the mayor will give his opening remarks and then Srila Prabhupada can reply. The way it worked out was somewhat different. The mayor waited and Prabhupada sat. And the mayor started getting nervous, and Prabhupada sat. And then everyone was looking at Srila Prabhupada. And I leaned over and said, Srila Prabhupada, they're waiting for you to stand. Srila Prabhupada looked at me and said, I'm supposed to stand for who? And refused to stand. So the mayor started his remarks and gave his greeting to Srila Prabhupada seated. Probably the first time in the history of the country that anyone had been received in City Hall without standing up. And then when the mayor was finished saying how Paris has always been such a spiritual city, Srila Prabhupada stood at that moment and said, Mr. Mayor, you've spoken very nicely about how France is such a spiritual country, etc. Let us examine what is spiritual. Went right for the jugular. You know, that there is a soul within the body, and any government that is unaware of the difference between the soul and the body is a demonic government. Just like your Napoleon Bonaparte, you pronounce the name Napoleon Bonaparte, he said, I am France. France is there, and where is Napoleon? The soul is gone. Where has it gone? This is the importance of proper spiritual training, is to understand the difference between the body and the soul.
He took seriously what the mayor had just said about the importance of the spiritual values in life. So he told him, the government's duty, the duty of the politicians, the duty of all the leaders of the people is to train the citizens in God consciousness and spiritual life. And if they do not teach the values of spiritual life, how there is a soul different from the body, if they do not teach how there is a God who is the supreme controller, then they are not doing their duty. They are simply doing harm to the citizens. So that was pretty bold for Prabhupada to talk in such a stern way to the mayor of the city of Paris. And we could see when looking at him that he was kind of astonished by what Prabhupada was telling him. But Prabhupada really took the opportunity to give them a lesson on being good politicians and doing really their duty as the leaders of France.
He was strong. And that was Prabhupada's style. He was strong. He didn't mince words. He could be very understanding and was always sensitive, but never compromising. An opportunity like this in the City Hall of Paris, before the mayor, before press, before dignitaries, Srila Prabhupada was the Acharya, the representative of Krishna and Krishna's world. And there was no compromising the message at all, ever.
We do not remember exactly everything that Prabhupada had said during that lecture, and it's sad that it's not in the soundtrack and no recording was done because the recorders didn't work. You can see them on the movie. They are trying to get the recorder to work and it doesn't. But right after the City Hall reception, when we went back to the temple, all the devotees wanted to know what happened. So I told them the whole story of what happened during the whole reception. And they wanted to know what Prabhupada had said and what the mayor has said. And I was able to retell the devotees exactly, with all the details, everything that Prabhupada had told the mayor. And the reason was that when Prabhupada would talk, he talked always in such a perfectly structured way that it was extremely easy then to reconstruct the whole lecture, even though it was something like maybe a 15 minutes talk, 15, 20 minutes talk, because the points were really following each other in a very logical order. And I realized that a few times after having, in the same way, repeated to devotees different lectures that Prabhupada had given when the devotees could not be around. And I was always amazed by that, of how Prabhupada was able to speak so concise, so precise, so perfectly structured. And that's one of the things I always liked so much and admired so much in Prabhupada, was his intelligence in the way he knew the philosophy, wrote the books, explained the philosophy, but that when he was speaking in public, it was always in such an effective way. It was really remarkable.
What made it ironic was that at the very same time that Prabhupada was being received as a VIP in the City Hall, Indradyumna was leading a Sankirtan book distribution party in the Paris metro and found himself under arrest by the Paris police. This was not an uncommon irony that Srila Prabhupada would be received as a dignitary, a missionary ambassador of peace from India. And yet, the program for peace that he was initiating rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. So they didn't dare not receive him because they recognized that as someone with a large following who was very respected by Indian culture, they had to receive him. But yet, at the same time, they would do whatever they could to suppress the Sankirtan activities.
A few reporters were there. There was articles. At that time, there was a lot of reviews, different magazines, but very, intellectual magazines that were writing articles about us. And most of the time, this magazine, that was very nice what they were saying about us. But the general, daily newspapers, They were also very often writing articles on us. And sometimes it was very nice, but sometimes it was making fun of us because we were so strange, and they could not take it seriously. All these people in these yellow and white robes dancing in the streets with the little sika. It was so strange to them. And they would call them the fous de Dieu, which means people who are mad for God, because they would see us chanting, our arms raised and so ecstatic and so happy and smiling. So for them, we were the fous de Dieu, people completely mad after God. Even though they were sometimes making fun of us, it was nice and kind. So it was not bad. It was not like much later on when we had these anti-cult groups. Then that was very, very bad and nasty, but not at that period. So right after the official greeting, then we went with everybody at the room where we had prepared all the prasadam. We had a buffet with all kind of very wonderful vegetarian dishes, and everybody took very, very happily. It was very nice. When Prabhupada saw this magnificent historical building, he was so astonished to see it that he said, I didn't know that this kind of building still existed. And then when he came in, Prabhupada was just saying how beautiful the building was, because he was saying all this wood carving on the walls and all these Greek and Chinese vases and the big chandeliers on the ceilings, the furniture. It was very, very antique, all the draperies, you know, it was very luxurious, very, very beautiful. So in one of these articles, one of the journalists who was there, he saw that when Prabhupada came in, all the devotees paid obeisances. So the way he reported it in the newspaper was that all these Hare Krishna devotees kissed the carpet where so many great personalities had been walking, like the General de Gaulle, like the Queen of England, had walked on this carpet, and the devotees were kissing the carpet. I mean, it's true, you know, that to people who see us doing that, you know, they all interpret it in such funny ways. You know, it's so strange to them. For us, we don't even pay attention to it. It's so normal. But for them, it's really weird.
The brilliance and genius of Srila Prabhupada's mission was that he started off in such a humble way and always made himself accessible to people on all levels, so that moments like this in official government receptions or other elegant environments in no way should be interpreted as an aloofness or a sense of elitism on his part. They were nice to-dos when they could be arranged. It brought a certain notoriety or cachet to a visit. The really significant moments, however, were not receptions by fleeting politicians, but rather the in-depth philosophical meetings that Srila Prabhupada had, sometimes with very ordinary people.
When I invited him to come, a Christian priest, I explained him about monotheism in India, and he was very astonished because most people think that Indian religion is only polytheist. So when he heard that there was also monotheism, only the worship of one God, he was very, very pleased. And then I explained to him about how Bhakti was the devotional part of the various schools of thoughts in India, and that it was so close to the Christian understanding of love of God. So he was very, very pleased. And when I invited him to come to Prabhupada, he said, yes, he wanted to come. And this time when Prabhupada talked with him, he had a very nice and sweet and gentle talk with him, and not the heavy talks that he had sometimes, like for example, when he was talking with the Cardinal Danielou. Then he talked also with a gentleman called Mr. Geoffroy. He was the founder of La Vie Claire, which means the clear life, the pure life, which was the first health food store, vegetarian health food store that we had in France. So this was a very, very wonderful personality. It was Prabhupada made him come. And Prabhupada had a very long talk with him about eating pure food. Mr. Geoffroy, of course, was explaining how they wanted to give very pure food in their stores. And Prabhupada, he wanted us to have a farm at that time. We didn't have it yet. We didn't have New Mayapur. So Prabhupada was telling him, so we will have honey in our farm, so we can bring our honey and you can sell it. And we will have milk, so you can also sell our milk. But Mr. Geoffroy was saying, yeah, but the problem is that it's going to be very polluted. And Prabhupada said, no, we're not going to use pesticides, so it's going to be pure. But the gentleman said, but even if the grass is pure, the air is impure, so it will go on being polluted. Then Prabhupada said, well, that's for the reason that it's impossible to have everything perfectly pure. So that's why we are offering everything we are eating to Krishna. That's the way to have things perfectly pure. Otherwise, it's impossible in this material world to have completely pure food. Yogeshwar had tried to get some people from politics to come see Prabhupada, and one of them agreed to come. He was called Mr. Mesmin, and he was a senator. And what was very interesting is that Prabhupada, whenever he was talking, especially with Christians, but also with politicians, he always wanted to talk about not killing the cows, not killing animals. So they had a discussion, and Prabhupada was telling this gentleman that if you absolutely want to eat cows, then just wait until their natural death, and then you can eat them. And we were very surprised because it was the first time that we heard Prabhupada mentioning something like that. But he said, Prabhupada said, in that way, you will always have meat to eat because there will always be cows dying and you don't have to kill them. So that was very surprising also to the gentleman who certainly didn't put it in practice. But it was an interesting point that Prabhupada could consider, okay, if you absolutely want to eat meat, then do, but at least wait until their natural death.
I remember going on a morning walk around the Bois de Boulogne, in which there are some lakes, and I remember asking Prabhupada a question. I asked several questions, but one specific question was, Srila Prabhupada, what does it mean to be humble? And his answer was really incredible. He said, humility means that you're convinced beyond any doubt that there is nothing in this world, absolutely nothing in this world, not your money, not your family, not your fame, not your gun, not your education, nothing that will save you except the mercy of Krishna. That when you're convinced like this, then you're humble. And that explanation really impressed me. In other words, he was saying, when you depend completely on Krishna and no longer rely on any material thing or formula as a backup, you have no longer any backup, just the mercy of Krishna, then you'll actually be humble. That was a wonderful explanation that he gave. And that stayed with me all these years because that is actually the foundation of humility in Krishna consciousness. And obviously Prabhupada was the example of that. I had made friends several years before with a lady who had a circle of friends that met regularly. She had a center for esoterical and interreligious dialogue. I had spoken at her center several times, so she and I had become very good friends. And it turns out that she was a personal friend of Cardinal Danielou. the chief cardinal of the Catholic Church of all of France. At that time, she was actually dying. And I went to see her, and I begged her if she would do a favor for me. And I told her that Srila Prabhupada was visiting, and he had been received by the city of Paris officially. And I begged her if she would please help us arrange a meeting with Cardinal Danielou, and she agreed.
Paris in these early 70s was a very political environment, and Cardinal Danielou fit right in. He was known as the Bohemian priest. He had a very strong following among young people, even though young people, for the most part, were very anti-religion. If anyone had an ability to circulate among them, it was Danielou. He managed to maintain a very broad-minded and open-minded position among young people. Danielou, in his own way, was making a contribution, I think, reaching out to young people who were completely atheist and attempting to bring some sense of the value of a God-focused life into their purview. Still, because it was a ritualistic Catholicism, he didn't appreciate, for example, the philosophy of the soul present in all life forms.
The devotees were amazed by the discussion because it showed that here is the top man in the Catholic Church, and he's an intellectual. He's not only a performer of rituals, but he's a top intellectual. And in the presence of Prabhupada, he was not able to discuss significantly the topic of compassion and nonviolence. And, he was unable to comprehend the subject. And it made me realize why Srila Prabhupada agreed to meet such people. It was more for the devotees than any other reason, because we were able to see that although these were big people in French society or in society, they actually were very small in comparison with the pure devotee of Krishna. And that was important for the devotees to see.
I remember thinking when I was really early, why did my parents have to die? So that was already kind of in there. And then the Bible school and the Christians having fun things, and you'd go to that and spend a week, and they tell you stories about Jesus, and it always seemed very attractive to me. And then as I got older, I started going to churches with friends and different Protestant churches. We'd get to a point in the Sunday school, and I'd ask a question about, well, what happens to all those people that don't know anything about Jesus, you know, the Eskimos or the people in Africa or whatever, and they'd always come up with this idea that, well, no, I mean, to be saved, you have to know about Jesus. And it just didn't seem fair. And I'd like argue a little bit, and then I'd lose interest in that church. And eventually, I ended up at the Catholic Church. And when I asked them that question, they said, well, you know, innocent people don't go to hell. There's purgatory or there's limbo, and we pray, and there's a process. And they can move up to heaven. And it seemed to make sense to me. And I thought, okay, that seems fair. And Shruti Rupa and I, by then, had kind of got also interested together. We had been friends since elementary school and lived down the street from each other. So she and I and my two sisters started going to catechism at the Catholic Church. And we did that for a while, and eventually my sisters and I got baptized. The Catholic nun, Sister Dominica, she encouraged me to go for confirmation. It's like the next step in the Catholic Church. You pass a slight little test, they ask you questions, and if you have any doubts, this is when your doubts would be cleared up, because you're going to go through this ceremony and you're going to take the Catholic faith as your faith. And if you fall away later, it's a more grave sin. It's a mortal sin, a stain on your soul that cannot be removed easily. So I was going to classes, and now I came up with a different question. What happens with my pets? Do my pets go to heaven? And it was totally sentimental on my part because I wasn't a vegetarian, but I just wanted to know. And she was very sorry. You know, the nun kind of put her head down a little and said, no, animals don't have souls. Only people have souls. So only people go to heaven. And again, that just didn't seem fair to me. I mean, I was by then 12, and in the end, I went ahead and got confirmed because I thought, well, I haven't found anything that makes more sense. And then life goes on, and adolescence comes in, and you get distracted, and you're a teenager, and so many things happen. And interestingly enough, Shruti and I remained good friends, and we would get into kind of other things together. You know, we'd talk about Siddhartha or just Eastern stuff in general. Not real deep, but just it was the hippie kind of thing to do. It was kind of cool. And at some point in all of that, I had made a type of commitment that if I hear the truth, I'll accept it. And around soon after that, I happened to see a TV show with the Hare Krishnas on it. It was a news thing, quick, from out of Miami, and that would have been local for Key West. But the thing that I remembered was the 4 regulative principles. And so I heard that, and I immediately kind of made a decision. I don't know if I want to find out too much more about this, because it might actually be the truth. And I just didn't really want to risk. You know, the 4 regulative principles seemed a little severe to me. And so I just didn't really want to know. And I kind of even almost made an effort to avoid the devotees. Once I saw devotees across the street, and I went to the other side of the street. And then, you know, a little time passes, and Shruti and I decided to take a trip to Europe. We were going to meet friends in Germany that were in the army and travel with them a little bit. And just before we left, somebody at the airport gave us the teachings of Lord Chaitanya and a BTG. And so we traveled. We, you know, really immediately realized after some difficulty and some ups and downs with our friends that we didn't really have too much in common with them. And we just traveled on our own a little bit. And then we just decided, why are we traveling all around? What are we looking for? We should just go back to our home and try and just be stable people. And so she gets the idea. She has this BTG. She says, why don't we go to the temple? And it was kind of a difficult trip to get to Paris. We had trouble with being vegetarians. So we got to Paris, and we got off at a train stop. And there were 2 quite large men that were selling there. And Shruti immediately went up to them and asked them directions to how to get to this address. And they kind of gave us instruction, and we started heading in that direction, and we realized that it didn't seem quite right, so we stopped and asked in a hotel. And that man told us we were going in a completely wrong direction. So we left the hotel, and we turned, and we started heading the way he told us to go. And then we realized that these fellows were following us. It could have been coincidental, but then when we changed directions, then they also still were following us. It was just a scary scene. We were kind of starting to walk faster and faster. They were walking faster and faster. We were hoping that at the end of this street, there was going to be the door with the number on it. So we see the 4 on the door. We start pounding on the door, and that's when the door swings open, and light just comes pouring out, and incense comes billowing out, and music comes out, the chanting comes out, and Indradumna, dressed in white, looking very angelic, says, yes, you know, can I help you with something? And we just said, we need help. We need to come in. And he said, sure. And he just lets us in. And he closes the door. And it was like he closed out all the scary stuff on the other side. And everybody like looked up and smiled at us. And so he took us upstairs. And, you know, he said, these girls just arrived. And Bhagwan was very friendly. You know, he came out and he said, oh, hello. And we talked for a little while. And we ended up staying up all night and working and being helpful. You know, we took showers and had something to eat. And the next day was a lot of class. And I remember sitting there listening to that class.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapa Dhira dhira jana priya Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Banidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nimar Karau Pujitau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Tarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Natana Param Prema Nitamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bharava Antarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Charanai Sadharma Samasthapaku Lokanam Hitakarinam Tribhuvane Mandinam Sarana Karo विचारणै कनकना धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपावरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं करौ विचारणैकनिपुणं तद्धर्म संस्थापकं लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Madanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau Madana Nande Namattalikal Vande Rupa Sanatanam Raghujugal Siji Krishna Kirtana Kana Atara Parau Prema Manesi Veera Veera Janapriya Prema Manesi Sri Chaitanya Kripabharau Bhuva Hara Rakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Vasudev Sudarajya Lakshmi Dharmisha Ajavadasa Jadadada Ranna. Mandalasani Sada Tuchava Bhutvadi Nagane Chako Karunaya. Mandalapati Sani Sada Uchava Bhutvadi Nagane Chako Karunaya Kopi Nakam Hasita Gopi Bhavara Samrita Dalahari Gopi Bhavara Samrita Dalahari Allo Lamagnam Mohan Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugal Sriji Bhagavata घोषन्तापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै विह्वलौ वन्दे रूपसनातन रघुयुगौ घोषन्तापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाविह्वलौ वन्दे रूपसनातन रघुयुगौ बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नन्दन परम प्रेमामृतम धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव हरहं तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुग गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय राधा रमण हरि गोविंद राधा रमण हरि गोविंद गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण गोविंद जय जय Govinda
come here every afternoon and sit down right on the lawn. And at this time, they had just published a book, Lord Chaitanya in 5 features. So that was like the first volume to come out of Chaitanya Charitamrita, Yadi Leela. So we had a copy of that. And when Prabhupada would sit down here in his place, sometimes he would have me read from there. Prabhupada always would sit and like to listen from his books, either read them himself or hear others read them, and he enjoyed hearing the philosophy that he was translating for us, and always enjoyed it in the same mood that we did, just relishing Krishna Katha. Anyway, the one day I remember I was reading from this book, and of course it had the transliteration, had the Bengali in there, so I was just reading. And Prabhupada had an audience, and there were some Indians in there. And he was very happy. He said, just hear him, he said, just see how nicely he reads this Bengali. He said, even he has no experience, he said he can read it so nicely. So again, he always appreciated, he had made devotees, and he liked to see them, that they were capable in doing these things, So he liked to show the Indian community, what he had done. He had turned these Westerners into devotees, into Vaishnavas. And Prabhupada liked the simple things, sit outside. So in the afternoons, if the weather was nice, he would sit out there. From his quarters, of course, this whole area, this is what you would see from his sitting room. And sometimes he would, again, as he would walk around in his room chanting, and he would just look out the window, onto the lawn and the trees.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare.
This is Swati's son, Sri Vajra Prabhupada, holding onto his hand. And Sri Vajra doesn't quite know. He wants them to let go. But every day, Sri Vajra got a lot of mercy. Every single day, he would come out there, and he would have a lot of interaction with Srila Prabhupada. It was very sweet.
Someone had told me that Prabhupada liked very lightweight, very fragrant garlands. So there's some English flowers like stock and sweet peas, which are very, very fragrant, very pretty colors and very lightweight. So I would buy these from the flower market, and in the van on the way to the manor, I'd make the garland for Prabhupada. And I was there one day, and somehow or other Malati got hold of me and I was helping her. And the garland didn't get to Prabhupada during class time. She said, we'll bring it up now with the prasadam. So she took me up to Prabhupada's room, and I had the garland, and I was kind of holding it as if to, inviting someone to take it from me, to give it to Prabhupada. And Prabhupada looked at me, and he raised his head and indicated that I should come and give the garland. So I went forward. Needless to say, I was extremely nervous. I didn't want to touch Prabhupada. I didn't want to drop it on his head. I was petrified. But as I put the garland over his head, the top of his ear brushed the inside of my hand, and it was so soft. I can still feel it now when I think about it. And he was smiling like anything. It was so wonderful. He said, thank you very much. And for some reason that day, I was there for a long time. Prabhupada was walking around outside in the afternoon, and he still had the garland on. And those flowers are very, very delicate. And that garland was still as fresh as the minute I had put it on him. And they said he'd been wearing it all day.
I went on Sankirtan with Tribhuvanath. We were very close friends in those days. But one day we came back to the manor, and we saw that Srila Prabhupada was sitting on the lawn with only Shamsundar. We thought that this is a wonderful opportunity to have an intimate association with the spiritual master. So we rushed down to the lawns, and we went over there and sat down. Prabhupada looked at us, and he seemed to be a little bit disturbed. He kept looking at us and talked a little bit to Shamsundar, and he was looking again, and he didn't look very happy. So then suddenly he turned to Shamsundar and said, these men have no work, they have nothing to do. So I thought, oh my goodness. So I realized also at that time that just, there were a lot of people wanting to be seen with Prabhupada or to be with Prabhupada, but this was not very important. And during the course of my time there, I was taking his slippers and giving him his cane, and every morning taking him down to class and bringing him back, but I never said anything except, Jai Srila Prabhupada. I didn't feel that I wanted to impose upon him.
The women were making so many nice preparations. Well, I didn't live there, so I had no place to prepare anything, but I thought I have to offer Prabhupada something. So I'm going to make some popcorn. But I'm not going to give it to Prabhupada myself. It's just like a cute thing that the kids can give Prabhupada. So I just made some popcorn, and I must have put it in a bowl, covered over, and I sent Vaishnav and Manjari. So Prabhupada sees we're holding something, and it's covered up, and he's looking, anticipating, oh, what have you got for me? And the kids wouldn't take it. They refused to take it from me. I was so embarrassed. It's like, this is not what you offer your spiritual master, some popcorn.
I remember I used to walk sometimes slightly in front of Prabhupada and sort of sideways on so I could half see where I was going, because I'd had the unfortunate experience once of practically treading on Prabhupada's heels and felt extremely, excruciatingly embarrassed by it and great anxiety. But I really wanted to be close enough to Prabhupada so I could hear what he was saying. So it was just walking past the gates of Lechmore Heath, as they used to be. And Prabhupada was talking about how there are so many glowworms in the age of Kali, so many people trying to offer spiritual solutions. And then he looked at me right in the eye and said, so what is the use of so many stars when with one moon you can light up the whole night? And it was such a touching experience, Prabhupada talking in that way, directly looking in my eyes so deeply, seeing for the first time Prabhupada's depth of purpose. It felt like Prabhupada was asking, so when you were going to become a moon? Because this is what Prabhupada wanted to do. He wanted us all to become moons.
Prabhupada on his way to his throne. This is the first Vyasa at Bhaktivedanta Manor. That was built after the Queen's throne in the House of Lords in Parliament. We got an invitation from Lord Sorensen, I believe it was, to attend a session at the House of Lords one time, in the visitor's pew. And I took the idea from seeing the throne there that Prabhupada would look very nice in such a throne. Prabhupada was always very low-key about everything, but look how regal he looks.
Then he went into the temple room, and they built a Vyasa, incorporating the railings from the staircases. And it was very big. And Prabhupada looked at it and he asked, oh, who's this for? This is for Lord Shiva?
And about 6 o'clock in the morning, I was sitting on the Vyasa, sideways on, painting these lotuses. Everyone had been up all night. And the temple room was a whole hive of activity. And I must have nodded off. And I opened my eyes, and I was sitting there with the paintbrush still in my hand. And the temple room was empty. And the door that Prabhupada used to walk through out onto his morning walk was open. And there was one devotee there. Has Srila Prabhupada been through already? He said, yeah. I said, did he see me here on the Vyasa? He said, yes, of course. And what did he say? Prabhupada saw you there sitting on the Vyasa with a paintbrush in your hand, sound asleep, and he laughed.
Where we get people together is politics, and I thought, I better ask this question. And I said, Prabhupada, sometimes I have a question, and it's too detailed for the scriptures and the spiritual masters and around. What should I do? He said, if you chant Hare Krishna very nicely, he said, all the answers will come from within. There was this English fellow who came. He was in his 30s. I can't remember his name. And he was rather disturbed over the story of Junior Haridas, that he had committed suicide for seemingly such a small offense. Lord Chaitanya chastised him so heavily. So Prabhupada explained it this way. He said, Junior Haridas, he went back to Godhead. He said, just because the father chastises the son, it does not mean he does not let him back into the house.
Hare Krishna. Is this on? Mic's not on. Hare Krishna. Great. Okay, it's working now. Okay, so we're going to get started with the offerings by the wonderful disciples and others who are here, all of you who are here. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahatsava ki Jai. So what we normally do is that we start with reading from the offerings that have been made by the wonderful devotees, the wonderful temples, the different organizations around the world that glorify Srila Prabhupada and becomes the Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja book for the year. So this year they've changed the system somewhat, so the books are only available this is the book that's from the official ISKCON side. There are two books that come out now. One that's made by the disciples, so the disciples all over the world say wonderful things about Srila Prabhupada. And the other is you might say, a general ISKCON book where grand disciples and others who are leaders of temples or different organizations also say things. That used to be the book, and now there's a second book that comes out. I'm referring to the ISKCON book, the general ISKCON book. So what we do is, the tradition here in Dallas is that we read from that book, and we start with the meaning of Vyasa Puja, so that we will all get into the right mood of celebrating Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. And then the disciples speak, and then the rest of us chime in and say whatever we'd like to say about Srila Prabhupada. And then, at some appropriate time, we start the Abhishek of Srila Prabhupada, because it's his appearance day, so we bathe him very nicely with Panchamrita, and simultaneously do a great kirtan at that time. And after that, do a grand Guru Puja to Srila Prabhupada. The deities will continue on their schedule as usual. The service of the deities will continue as usual in the schedule. And then we'll serve the feast out after that. Okay? Anybody has any questions, anything? No? All right, so we'll get started with reading the meaning of Vyasa Puja. Set up the chair here in a place where the mic can see us very clearly. There are many people listening online and viewing this online as well. So this is from the meaning of Vyasa Puja that's been written by a very wonderful devotee in our movement, whose name is Braja Bihari Prabhu. Many of us know him because he's very active in doing mediation between devotees when there are issues and
between the temple and devotees, temples and temples like that, the GBC, etc. And so he this year compiled the meaning of Vyasa Puja. Every year another person is given an opportunity to actually do this. So this is his writing. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Vyasa Puja is a festival of gratitude. While the word gratitude feels insufficient when we talk about the level of indebtedness we feel toward Srila Prabhupada, it may be the best the English language has to offer. In common parlance, people say they're grateful for so many inconsequential acts of kindness. In comparison, the gift Srila Prabhupada has given us is unfathomable, and we strive to honor that gift with our deepest gratitude every day, but especially on the day of Sri Vyasa Puja. In the world today, gratitude is understood to be a greatly desirable mindset. The Harvard Medical School writes, quote, "Gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, improve their health, deal with adversity, and build strong relationships," close quote. But the Harvard Medical School misses one key point when it comes to the gratitude we feel toward Srila Prabhupada. The pain in the heart we feel, especially on Vyasa Puja Day, since we know that no amount of gratitude is adequate to reciprocate the absolute mercy he has shown us. An excerpt from the poem by Kalakanta Prabhu that appeared in the February 1996 issue of Back to Godhead magazine gives some glimpse into what Srila Prabhupada did for us. This is his poem. "You could have stayed in Vrindavan, where chanting is most sweet, or moved to holy Navadvip in spiritual retreat. Your god brothers had temples there, with room enough for you to sit and preach each Gaura Purnima to a guest or two. You could have said, 'It's Krishna's will. My visa was denied. I may have failed, but now I know at least that I have tried.' Your patron said, 'You'd die abroad.' Your god brother just scoffed. You could have said, 'Who'll meet the boat and guide me safely off?' You could have had one look at us and said, 'What have I done?' and caught the next boat heading home, unblamed by anyone. The Westerners, you could have said, can go to hell and stay. Who would have disagreed with you? We were well on our way." Instead, you laid your final years like flowers at Krishna's feet. Your Guru's smile, your hidden guide, the Thakur's vision in reach. How externally grateful we are that Srila Prabhupada tolerated such unimaginable difficulties to give us the opportunity of devotional service. Another word that is frequently used on Vyasa Puja Day is indebted or indebtedness. According to the Vedabase, the word indebted or indebtedness is used 157 times by Srila Prabhupada in his writings and talks. This mood of indebtedness is in our Sampradaya DNA, And it starts with Lord Krishna himself. When I was away from Draupadi, she cried with the prayers, "Hey Govinda, This call for me has put me in her debt. And that indebtedness is gradually increasing in my heart. This is from the Nectar of Devotion, chapter 21, Qualities of Krishna. Often the word is used to express a devotee's indebtedness to Krishna. Uddhava says to him, "O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma." Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 29, Text 6. And of course, the word is used to describe the disciples' relationship with their spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada wrote to Mantrini Devi Dasi in July of 1976, quote, "It is not possible for the disciple to repay the debt to the spiritual master. Therefore, the disciple remains eternally indebted to the spiritual master and continually works in that way, that the spiritual master may become pleased upon him for such sincere services rendered." Close quotes. The offerings found in this book are an expression of the various writers' attempts to express this mood of gratitude and indebtedness. Writing a Vyasa Puja offering is not easy. We are forced to slow down and focus on the essential nature of who we are in relationship with our Guru and Krishna. It is a challenge. We likely come up with some initial thoughts of what to write and then decide we are not satisfied with them. We may discard them as superficial or cliché. We challenge ourselves to meditate more deeply. Some of us reflect on what our life would have been like had we had not come in contact with Srila Prabhupada. A meditation he himself suggests in his purport to the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 6, Chapter 2, Text 34, quote, "We should always consider that our position, we should always consider what our position was before we came and what it is now. We had fallen into abominable lives, but now we have been given the opportunity to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Therefore, we should always appreciate this opportunity." Close quotes. We are pushed towards feelings of gratitude and indebtedness. By Krishna's grace, we are finally able to express something, albeit falling short of what we wish we could have more thoroughly, or what we could more thoroughly express. While the offerings in this book are written months before Vyasa Puja Day, we again get the opportunity to focus on our gratitude and indebtedness today, the actual day of Vyasa Puja. We may be exhausted from Janamastami celebration the day and night before, but we push ourselves to attend and be fully present, as Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Day is a must celebration for all of his followers. Naturally, we will do our best to bring out the sincerest side of ourselves this day. Since Srila Prabhupada had to teach us everything from scratch, that naturally included how to properly honor him on this day. In Japan, in 1970, Srila Prabhupada arrived at noon in the temple for his Vyasa Puja celebration. But the standard preparations had not been done. There were no flowers or offering of prasadam, and while there were several sannyasis present, a junior grihastha was offering arti. Srila Prabhupada reprimanded the devotees present and then instructed them on the proper way to observe Vyasa Puja, including offering flowers 3 times, a senior devotees offering arti, and a special feast. He allowed the devotees to rectify their mistake by redoing Vyasa Puja the next day. On another Vyasa Puja, Srila Prabhupada noticed 3 of his senior disciples leaving the room during the offering of flowers, Pushpanjali. He was displeased and said so. In contrast, when Vyasa Puja was done nicely, Prabhupada expressed satisfaction. Quote, "I am so glad to hear how Janmashtami and Vyasa Puja was celebrated so successfully there in New Vrindavan." Close quotes. Clearly, it is important to perform the Vyasa Puja ceremony properly, with full attention and devotion. Finally, and most importantly, we recall the famous line in Srila Prabhupada's 1961 offering at his Guru Maharaj's Vyasa Puja. Quotes, "A festival of flowers and fruits is not the real worship. One who serves the Guru's message really worships him." Close quotes. Again, a festival of flowers and fruits is not the real worship. One who serves the Guru's message really worships him. Close quotes. This then is the ultimate meaning of Vyasa Puja, to serve Srila Prabhupada's message on Vyasa Puja day, as well as every day, every other day of the year, with sincere surrender and love. This is from Braja Bihari Dasa Prabhu, co-director, ISKCON Resolve. Hare Krishna. Actually, this is the first time also in the Vyasa Puja book that some of Srila Prabhupada's key transcendental instructions are written. And what I'll do is, I'll leave this here if any of you would like to read them. This way, everybody gets the opportunity to make their personal offerings. But it's good to know, because this was compiled by a whole number of devotees put together who thought these were some of the most important transcendental instructions that Srila Prabhupada gave. Now also, most of us don't actually get this book, because you have to buy that, and also sometimes we don't know how to acquire it, or sometimes we're plain just too lazy to actually get a hold of a book. So this year what they did, what the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust did, was something very wonderful. They actually created a link to the book, and you can get that link from me. If you ask me, I'll send you the link. And what I'll do is I'll actually post the link on our WhatsApp and Telegram so that all of you can see the link. Download that book. That book should be read every day, cover to cover, because nothing enthuses the devotees, nothing enthuses the deities more than the glorification of Srila Prabhupada. Nothing. The deities feel so much happiness when they hear anything that is said about Srila Prabhupada in a positive frame of mind. And these are the wonderful, like Braja Bihari Prabhu says, hard work of the devotees to pen down their offerings and make these offerings by spilling their hearts with love for Srila Prabhupada. So read this. My own spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, would tell me that he would read one offering of his God brothers every day and appreciate Srila Prabhupada, appreciate his God brothers, and appreciate this way beyond amazing opportunity we've been given to become Krishna conscious and chant, feast, and dance our way back to Godhead. This morning started with this wonderful video of so many wonderful devotees saying so many wonderful things about Srila Prabhupada, and each and every one of the things they said encourages us with so much happiness that we are so fortunate to be part of this movement, and that every moment we have an opportunity to actually advance towards Krishna, to actually see Krishna face to face and achieve the purpose of our life, which is actually to always be with Krishna and never be separated from Krishna. This is our purpose. And one thing that he said there, which is very important in our preaching, which is very important because we are preachers. We are meant to be preachers. This is a movement of preachers. We must preach at every moment in our lives. And that is that Krishna made God real. People have heard about God. Many people have heard about God in the different sampradayas and different arrangements there are in this world to talk about God. But Krishna made God so real. And the example was given that when Sri Radha Paris Ishwar were being installed, just like we will be celebrating the installation, the 50th anniversary installation of Sri Radha Kalachandji on the 3rd of September, which will also be a Saturday, 2 weeks from now. Radharani had a bit of a brown mark on her cheek, and Srila Prabhupada was rubbing her cheek so that the mark might disappear. Yeah, but it was stained in, and so when the painting happened, then the mark went away. But the disciples, they were so amazed how he was dealing with Radharani. Real person. He saw the deities. He saw the deities as real persons. They're actually standing on the altar. They're here. Krishna is here. How many times we've heard people say, I don't believe in God. I think the Hare Krishnas are a bunch of bad people. In different words, they would say that. And they would come in front of Kalachandji. By some arrangement, they come to the temple and we'll bring them into the temple, and they stand in front of Kalachandji, and then they drop their jaws and say, they can't say anything. And you ask them, so what's your experience? And their invariable answer is, God is here. God is here. These are people who don't believe who feel God is here. Why are we not feeling that? We must always feel that the Lord is actually here with us. And let's show Him a lot of love. And that Srila Prabhupada is here, actually with us. How many people have said Prabhupada has spoken to them? They see a wonderful personality, and they think he's standing, or he's got a scepter in his hand, and all types of different statements they make about Srila Prabhupada, because Prabhupada is showing them that, because he is really, really here. So today we're celebrating Srila Prabhupada's appearance in this world. We're so very fortunate, as it said in the meaning of Vyasa Puja. We're so fortunate, we're so indebted to Srila Prabhupada, and we're so indebted to his disciples who helped him spread this message around the world. And we're so very indebted to the grand disciples who are following in the footsteps of the disciples, and the great grand disciples who will come after that. We're really, really very indebted. And this indebtedness can only be repaid if we share this love with others. Please make every effort, no matter how insignificant you think it is not insignificant. We are an organization of lions. Look at how many lions are here in this temple. There are lions everywhere. One count we did, we have actually 82 lions. We are a temple of lions. We are a family of lions. Let's roar outside and let people know that Krishna loves them the most, that they should come in contact with Krishna, and then they will become happy just like we became happy. Thank you very much. All of you who come to this temple, who do so much service, some of you years and years and years, 40, 50 years of service. I am very, very certain that Srila Prabhupada is very proud of you all, that the deities are very happy to see you. Every day I come and I see the deities smiling, and I'm thinking, The deities are so happy to see his devotees, their devotees. And all of you are devotees. Thank you very much for all the wonderful service you're all doing. Now comes the 50th year. This is our first birthday. Religious movements are studied in 50-year cycles, our first birthday. Now, after being a 1-year-old, we did a lot for ourselves, now time to do for others. Let's reach out into the world, everyone and everybody, and serve them as best we can. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sri Radha Kalachandji ki jai. Sri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Now I'll ask the disciples to start by speaking. Chakri Prabhu, you want to start, please? And then Mataji, can you be the next person to speak, Mother? Yes. Okay. And then we'll come back, we'll try to switch back and forth in the men. Kind, please. Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Prabhupada into the picture as well, so people can see Prabhupada as
Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvasesha Sunyavadi Paschacha Desatayane Om Jnana Tibanandasya Jananjana Salakaya Chakshulal Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So this is the other book that he was speaking about, where all the disciples can send in an offering and get their copy of the book, SP Tributes, and it is available online also. If you go to sptributes.com, just put SP Tributes in your search engine, and then you can read this book, all the offerings from Prabhupada disciples that have sent in offerings, and I think there's at least 400 offerings. No, looks like 460, anyway, something like 400 offerings. And it's got all the gurus, sannyasis, and many, many Prabhupada disciples. So this is the offering I wrote for that book. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. You mercifully came to us and explained the truth about who God really is. Not a light, not an energy, not an old man, but a youth possessing the most beautiful and attractive bodily features. Thus you gave us the real understanding of the absolute truth. Everyone in this Kali Yuga is swimming in the ocean of ignorance and in illusion about the real nature of the absolute truth. For a very long time, the Lord did not benedict the fallen souls with this divine knowledge. That knowledge can free us from the cycle of repeated birth and death and relieve us from all material suffering and enable us to regain our real life of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. But in this Kali Yuga, the Lord has come as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to benedict all the fallen souls with the highest understanding of the Absolute, namely Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He also came to deliver the process for attaining that knowledge, the congregational chanting of the holy names. You, Srila Prabhupada, are his most intimate messenger, You delivered his message of chanting the holy names all over the world. Your movement was founded on your faith in the holy names. When you came to America, you had full faith that the holy names could deliver the fallen souls of this age. Although you saw their fallen condition, you still had faith that the holy names and the Lord's mercy could save them. Armed with just the Hare Krishna mantra and a few books, you sat down in a park in New York City and chanted the holy names. Just by the chanting of the holy names, many followers joined. Gradually, your movement spread all over the world, and now this chanting is spread everywhere. You have created a house in which the whole world can live, and this Maha Mantra can unite the whole world. You always remarked how the United Nations was not really uniting all the world's different nations, but your movement and the holy names can actually unite everyone. I was recently listening to some kirtans and bhajans on YouTube. Below the videos of the chanting, there is a comment section. Many of the comments show the power of the Hare Krishna mantra to transform people's lives. Some of the comments of newcomers to the chanting are as follows, quote, one person wrote this in the comment section, "I am Muslim, but I like this, so heart-touching." Then another quote, "I honestly can't control my tears. It's like my whole body is shivering. I don't know why. I just feel this urge to shed tears. I'm blessed." Then another person wrote, "I'm new to this, but this is the most beautiful song I have ever heard, and I heard a lot of songs before." Then another quote, "Listening for the first time and feeling a powerful connection in me. It put me to tears." Then one more quote, "This song, this melody took my heart. I am a believer of Krishna, but when I hear this song, I want to live and die for Krishna." These are just a small sample of the many, many wonderful comments about the effect of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, about the effect the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is having on people. Srila Prabhupada, it's obvious that the divine Hare Krishna Maha Mantra you have given us can purify and unite the whole world. You have given us this order to spread these holy names and your books everywhere. Then the world will undoubtedly become a place of peace and spiritual happiness. That was your mission, to transform this suffering world into the spiritual abode of the Lord. I pray that I can assist you in your mission of spreading the holy names and your books everywhere. So, one more comment. That was Lord Chaitanya's mission, to spread these holy names, and Prabhupada was his divine messenger. And so tonight we can have an opportunity to chant those holy names. We'll have a Harinam this evening at 7 p.m. so everyone can join in. It'll be at across from the Trader Joe's on Lower Greenville Avenue. Recently I heard Injaduna Swami make a comment that when you chant Hare Krishna as japa, that's perfect. When you chant Hare Krishna congregationally with devotees, that's more perfect. And when you bring the Hari Nam out to the public, that is most perfect. So everyone, please join us. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Chakri, for all your service that you do. It's so amazing. Ever since I've ever known him, he's always been out there in the public helping spread Krishna consciousness. He and his wife. It's been amazing to watch that. I wrote this for this Vyasa Puja, and I wanted to share it with you. I felt that it was important to talk about the importance of Srila Prabhupada bringing the scriptures to all us Westerners in English. A question I was often asked was, how did you become interested in meeting Srila Prabhupada? I first learned about Srila Prabhupada in 1968 while I was studying at the University of Washington in Seattle. I passed by a devotee who happened to give me a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, which had recently been published in English. I wonder how different my life would have been if it wasn't for Prabhupada sharing the Vedic scriptures with Westerners. His sincere disciple, who had given me the Bhagavad Gita, was doing exactly what Prabhupada wanted us to do by sharing spiritual knowledge with others. Perhaps someone had taken the time to give him a Bhagavad Gita, and he knew how important the Vedic scriptures can be for a person's spiritual growth. I was recently reading the following verse from the Bhagavad Gita. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining light of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Bhagavad Gita 10:11. This verse has particular significance for me. I remember sitting before Srila Prabhupada as he spoke to us about the significance of reading the Vedic scriptures. I began to understand he was following his spiritual master in a long line of pure devotees through many, many ages, even before the written word. Somehow, we were now being given the opportunity to hear the transcendental knowledge from Prabhupada. As we listened spellbound to his every word, our hearts opened with devotion, and our path was made known to us. Lord Krishna gave us so much mercy when Prabhupada came to America. Concepts such as reincarnation, self-realization, God consciousness, and karma were still widely unknown and terribly misunderstood. When I first received the Bhagavad Gita, I loved the beautiful translations of the verses expressing so much love for God. Each morning I read one verse and purport. That was about all I could handle. But Prabhupada's clear and relevant explanations for each verse helped me to continue reading. I found this book was different from anything I had previously read, which, believe me, were hundreds of books. Somehow, the verses were so potent, I could understand they had the ability of transforming a person's consciousness with a deeper relationship with God. The more I read, I felt a change happening to me. How was this possible? Did this have something to do with the Lord's mercy Prabhupada was writing about? Even with all my many misgivings and misunderstandings, the wealth of spiritual knowledge was coming alive within my heart. A world of spirituality began to unfold before me. I began trusting the Lord Krishna cared about me and even accept me for who I was. I was loved and could love in return. I was curious to meet this person who was kindly putting so much effort into giving inspirational knowledge to Westerners. The Lord decided it was time for me to receive special mercy and meet the spiritual master who would change the course of my life, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
Jai Mother Veer Mala Prabhu ki Jai. Now Vishwambar Prabhu, can you have you come across? And after that, Chandrasekhar Prabhu. You want to go first?
नमो ओम विष्णु पदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नामे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your lotus feet. Today is the most auspicious occasion of celebration of your appearance day. And yesterday we had the celebration of the appearance of Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna. So we are getting double blessings today. So we feel very extremely fortunate. Personally, I feel myself very lucky to participate in this most auspicious occasion. All around the world, around the clock, devotees are celebrating this most auspicious day. Just as Janmashtami Mahamahotsav is the most important day of the year, similarly, your Avirbhav Tithi Mahotsav is the most important day for us to celebrate. Yasya deve parabhakti yatha deve tatha guru tasyaita kathita hi artha prakashanti mahatmana. Lord Sri Krishna, we are very grateful to him for giving us so many wonderful gifts, benedictions and blessings that he's showering upon us constantly. But if there is one thing that we can be grateful to Lord Sri Krishna, is giving the shelter of your lotus feet. Because by taking shelter of your lotus feet and by hearing you, by listening to your instructions, by looking at your life, studying your books, we learn how to reciprocate with Lord Krishna in his service. So, in order to serve Lord Krishna very perfectly, we must first learn how to serve the spiritual master very nicely. Sakshat haritvena samasta shastrai uktas tatha bhavyata eva sadvi kintu prabhu ya priya eva tasya vande guru shri charnarvindam. There is no difference between the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his dear servant, Srila Prabhupada. That's why he is recognized as Sakshat Hari. So yesterday, on the occasion of Janmashtami festival in Delhi ISKCON temple, the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, he came to glorify Srila Prabhupada, and the whole hall was filled with maybe 1,000 devotees. And looking at the devotees and having the darshan of Srila Prabhupada's murti, the Prime Minister became so jubilant that he started chanting Hare Krishna. And all the devotees also reciprocated. So it started with a very enthusiastic beginning, and he proceeded further and he recognized Srila Prabhupada as the greatest personality who spread the message of Bhagavad Gita all over the world. He officially recognized Prabhupada there yesterday. Many sadhus and great saintly personalities have come to this world periodically to benefit the mankind. And many of them have also tried to take the message of Bhagavad Gita to the world, but no one was successful till the time when you came, Srila Prabhupada, and you worked hard and you became successful to spread the message of Bhagavad Gita and spread the Hare Krishna Mahamantra all over the world. Just in the period of 10 years, you performed this task that for centuries and for thousands of years nobody could do it. So after Christianity, the most significant event that took place was the spreading of the message of the Sanatana Dharma. And that was done by you in the Western world. And these are the words of the most famous historians and scholars of the world. They unanimously declare that what Prabhupada has performed in the short period of 12 years to spread the holy name and the message of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam to the world, that has not happened since last 2000 years at least. Jesus Christ, he went to India, he learned Krishna consciousness and he went back to his hometown, Middle East, and he tried to spread the message of God. So after that, the historians are saying that this is the first time that Krishna consciousness is brought to the Western world in its pristine form. So there are so many wonderful achievements that you had already successfully executed in the short period of 12 years. You established ISKCON Society in 1966 and left this world in 1977. During that time, you went around the world 12 times to all the different corners of the world to spread the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And simply by your association, there are so many wonderful qualities that Srila Prabhupada you have exhibited. The innumerable qualities, and nobody can enumerate them perfectly. But the most shining quality that I can see is the purity of your heart that touched every person that came in contact with you. You were able to go deep into the heart of the person and shake him up and invoke Krishna consciousness, put the seed of Krishna consciousness in his heart. All the devotees who saw you worshipping the deity, or even the ordinary people who saw you worshipping the deity, just the expressions on your face that melted their hearts, and they were becoming devotees. Previously they were thinking, this is a piece of stone or what is this? But when they saw you worshipping the deity form of the Lord, then they were convinced that actually this is not a piece of stone, this is God Himself standing in front of us. Your service attitude even to your servants cooking for your servants, cleaning after them, performing so many services for your servants, and service to the whole humanity. That quality alone is one that if we can even try to adopt it in our heart, we can go a long way in our spiritual path. Another quality that you showed was the conviction to the holy name of Lord, the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. You were so convinced about chanting the holy name Hare Krishna Maha Mantra that anyone heard you chanting Hare Krishna was also automatically becoming devotee of Lord Krishna. Such was the power of your chanting of the holy name. And one more thing that I so much appreciate is the way you tolerate everybody, and you tolerate even the devotees in the beginning who are completely new. And regardless of whether they had good habits or bad habits, you embraced everyone. And you served them and trained them like your sons and daughters. So with that tolerance, with that love, with that kindness, and with that compassion, you were easily able to win the hearts of the devotees. So your devotees are working day and night tirelessly to take your message of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, and the holy name and spread it all across the world to all the people and welcome everyone without consideration of race, color, gender, or nationality to join this great movement and be benefited to achieve the topmost benediction. This is the greatest blessing on humanity, and I feel very fortunate to participate in your mission to spread the holy name and the message of Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam. I'm very grateful to you for giving me shelter at your lotus feet to serve you and serve your devotees. I pray to remain in your service forever and ever. Thank you very much again for your divine association and guidance. Hare Krishna.
Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vishwambara Prabhu ki jai. Now, one thing that's going to happen is we're going to be bringing this table over here to set up for Srila Prabhupada's Abhishek. If you can move forward, not on this side so much because the table's going to, but from this side move in a little, just so that people coming at the back have some space to sit. Chandrasekhar Prabhu, can you come through, please? Thank you very much. And yeah, and we'll move this up a little so that when you set the table up, it doesn't disturb him while he's speaking. Thank you. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Can you take this book? Yeah, we can take it. And then we're going to move you up a little bit more. Oh, sure. The table's not enough space for the table. Sorry, moving Prabhuji up so much in the front. We need space for the table to come in. Thank you. Prabhuji, can you help me pick this table up?
Yes. Yes. So I'd like to read some invocation prayers that glorify Srila Prabhupada. They were written by a devotee, a godbrother of mine, who was formerly known as Crazy Peter. Because when he came to the temple in Boston, he was a scholar and he was eccentric, but the devotees didn't quite know him yet. And he came, the way he moved in was he walked in the front door and he put his things to the side in the hallway, and that's where they stayed. And that's where he stayed for a while. So the devotees weren't quite used to dealing with him, and they wrote Srila Prabhupada, and they said, you know, this boy's a little different. Can we ask him to leave? And Srila Prabhupada said that I ask you to tolerate him as I tolerate you. He turned out to be Srila Prabhupada's very expert Sanskrit editor. And he's an essential element in producing Srila Prabhupada's books. He's written many beautiful Sanskrit prayers glorifying Srila Prabhupada. I'd like to read just 8 of those, and then I'll read a few of my own shlokas or prayers. They're short verses, and then I'll end. This is called Srila Prabhupada Deva Sankirtanastikam by His Grace Kushakrata Das. Govinda Devam Grisaroja Bhakti Sudarna Vejastu Mahatarangai Aplavayad Javanadeshameva Namami Tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, churning the nectar ocean of bhakti for Lord Govinda Deva's lotus feet. He created great tidal waves that inundated the countries of the Javanas. Aropayat Keshava Bhakti Bali Bijan Sahasreshu Subeshu Hritsu Goropadeshu Tivarena Jastu Namami Tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. By preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya, he planted the seed of the creeper of Krishna Bhakti in thousands of fortunate hearts. Chitwa Kutarkant Kukavishvaranam Shri Krishna Chandreshvarata Pramanam Sangstapayatyeva Kripan Vitojo Namami Tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who refuted the host of impersonal and voidist theories and mercifully established the truth that Sri Krishna Chandra is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kaunteya mitrasya susatya vacha maya kritam jastu vividya moham loke janang rakshati mugdataya namami tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. By speaking the transcendental message of Lord Krishna, the friend of Arjuna, he exposed Maya's hoax, rescuing her victims. Shri Krishna mantrena sudhau shraddhena kalir juge lokavimoharogam bitetu vaidya karanena daksho namami tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He became the expert transcendental physician who mercifully administered the nectar medicine of the Hare Krishna mantra and cured the people of Kali Yuga of their disease of material bewilderment. Atyantika para punarbhavabdi kshanena govatsapadeya tepi gauranga shiksha vadanena jaina namami tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. By his preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the boundless, impassable ocean of repeated birth and death immediately shrank to the size of a puddle in a calf's hoofprint. Prabodaya ja Shukadeva Divya Sandesha Vadina Makunda Prema Suptam tu Shuddham Hridyeshu Loke Namami Tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. By speaking the transcendental instructions of Shukadeva Goswami, he awakened the pure love for Lord Mukunda dormant in everyone's heart. Mridanga Shabdai Karatala Nadai Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Utsavam Jaha Astapayad Varsha Sahasra Vrindam Namami Tang Shri Prabhupada Devam. I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The festival he carried to the west, filled with the tumultuous sound of mridangas and kartals, will continue for many thousands of years. Srila Prabhupada ki. Yeah. Wasn't that a nice glorification by Kushakrata Das? There are more. Kushakrata Das wrote many beautiful verses glorifying Srila Prabhupada in such beautiful language, Sanskrit language. Today's my favorite day. It's Nandotsav, the day Nanda Maharaj had a great festival celebrating the birth of his beautiful boy. Prabhupada had a nickname his uncle gave him because he was born on Nandotsav. He was Nandu, Nandulal. Prabhupada had several nicknames. Do you know the nicknames? His uncle called him Pacha for no particular reason. He was called Moti because he's beautiful. Moti means pearl, Nandulal. And because he had a vest, he's a little boy in Kolkata, he had a sleeveless vest with pockets on the outside and the inside. And in each pocket, he would have a kachori, so he was known as Kachori Mukhi. Kachori Mukhi. He'd always have a kachori to his mouth. Nityananda was mentioning about the Vyasa Puja books. I have a collection of Vyasa Puja books glorifying Srila Prabhupada. I call them a chapter. Each one is a chapter in the 13th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. I look at those books every day. I was looking at them yesterday, I was looking at them today. I have a collection, starts in 1971. The devotees, at the end of their offering, they'd say, ISKCON Berkeley, and everybody would sign their signature. Imagine trying to do that today. So it's very enlivening for me to see all of you here simply wanting to glorify Srila Prabhupada. It's the most wonderful thing what Srila Prabhupada's doing, creating generations of followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhupada said, I have three magic things that I do. I do not cheat. Be in a room of beautiful women doesn't faze me. And I can turn mlechas into Vaishnava. Srila Prabhupada ki. I was cheated 1,000 times before coming to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. I was always wondering who is God, what's self-realization, what's the process, what are the tools. And Srila Prabhupada, he told me who is God, and he gave me my Japa beads. So I had the tools. It's been a wonderful adventure ever since. So I've written 108 prayers a few times. These are one set, but I only read a few of them because I only have little time. I have a T-shirt on here. You may not know, but Srila Prabhupada was successful in teaching in India before coming to America in the prisons. Srila Prabhupada used to go to Tihar prison. I just passed by there a few months ago in Janakpur in Delhi. If you drive by, you'll see it's the biggest prison in Asia. And Prabhupada used to go there, and he would preach to the Gundas. Prabhupada was speaking this morning on the lecture today in the temple about Dhira, Dhira, Jana, Priyo, Priyakaro. That for the Vaishnava or the Goswamis or Srila Prabhupada himself, Dhira, Dhira, you may be Dhira or you may be Adhira. You may be a scholar or you may be a Gunda. But the Adhira were very dear to the Goswamis. And these gentlemen, these inmates, these prisoners that Prabhupada loved very much were very dear to him. And he wrote his godbrother Puri Maharaj, and he said, I have great hope for transforming these prisoners to first-class gentlemen. So Prabhupada was preaching to those good souls. It says here on my T-shirt right here, it says, as long as there's one soul in prison, I am not free. That doesn't mean a brick prison with bars. It means this Mahatattva. Prabhupada says, the need of the spirit soul is that he wants to fulfill his desire for unlimited freedom. He wants to get out of the covered walls of the greater universe. He wants to see the free light in the spirit. That complete freedom is achieved when he meets the complete spirit, the personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna. Every one of us is hankering for real freedom, and Srila Prabhupada, he can give us that freedom. Oh, so I have just a few, I'll just read a few prayers. So this is the mood of Prahlad Maharaj. As long as there's one soul in prison, I am not free. And it's Srila Prabhupada's mood that he was sitting on a couch, a little chair in Manila airport. Burijan was sitting next to him. Prabhupada turned to Burijan and he said, "My desire is to save every soul in the universe. Will you please help me?" So Prabhupada wanted to deliver every soul. As you'll see in the prayers of the personified Vedas, the most significant opulence of Lord Krishna is his jivadoy, his mercy upon the conditioned souls. That means you and me, prisoners of the Mahatattva. And Srila Prabhupada's most unique potency, I think you would have to agree, is his compassion and his mercy on the souls who are wandering, lost and bewildered within this world. I'll just read a few prayers and then I'll read an excerpt of a letter I think you'll like. Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON temples, embassies of the spiritual world, like radiant gems, spread the light of Krishna consciousness in all directions. In a world of war, only Prabhupada has the peace formula. Amid the quarrel, strife, and dissension of Kali Yuga, Prabhupada simply requests everyone, please chant Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada is the true spiritual revolutionary leading his children back to the land, the cows, and Govinda. Prabhupada came to the West looking for at least one moon. Instead, he created many millions of moons which lit up the night of Kali Yuga all over the world. Srila Prabhupada has given the world unlimited gifts. Nam, Dham, and Sankirtan are just a few. Let the blind open their eyes and see. These gifts, like a basket of jewels, are distributed all over the world by his faithful followers. Just see the kindness of Srila Prabhupada. Prasad, Bhakta Sangha, Tulsi Devi, his divine grace travels everywhere, saying to the most unfortunate, take, take. Mundaners see an elderly gentleman. Bogus yogis and Mayavadis see an adversary, and Prabhupada's student see the world teacher. The dark jewel of Krishna is gradually spreading his effulgence to every town and village by divine grace. My ears, like desperate calves, long for the milk of his nectar instructions. He was called Kavi, poet, by his godbrothers, and Prabhupada's poem prayers are inspiring many millions of Gora Bhaktas all over the world. 572 million transcendental literatures produced and distributed means Srila Prabhupada is one of the most prolific authors of all time. His divine books delineate the science of Atma Tattva. They describe the sweetness of Braj Leela, not some fictional nonsense. Prabhupada did, in fact, find a large audience to his divine message before coming to America, the inmates of Tihar prison at Janakpur, New Delhi. Prabhupada is an unlimited fountain of genius, undefeated in battle. By introducing Krishna to fallen souls, he is freeing the prisoners of this material world. Anyways, there's 108 of them. We don't have time. I'm going to end here, but I will read one thing to you. I've been pushing on the prison ministry for 35 years, and I get hundreds of letters from inmates appreciating Srila Prabhupada. They keep me motivated. They would touch your hearts if you could read those letters. Oh, they send me so much artwork. I know you can't see this. It's just simple art. But there's actually 2 books written about the prison ministry, full of artwork by the prisoners, all from the heart. And this is just one letter that just came the other day. just an excerpt. It says, the prisoner, the devotee is saying, "You are so right that I have studied and practiced so many religions, but never could find God. I looked everywhere, through every emotion, every person, every book and temple, but Krishna was always right here, right now. I feel the love, the bhakti in me. The rasa just grows and flows in a perfect circle to Krishna." So there are many other quotes I could have found that glorify Prabhupada directly, but suffice it to say that Prabhupada's teaching 24 hours a day in so many remote places. Every town and village means every town and village, and prisons are villages of our brothers and sisters. So thank you all for being here today. It's wonderful to glorify you, to glorify Srila Prabhupada in your company. Thanks so much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai ho.
Chandrasekhar Prabhu ki jai. All right, so we'll actually get started with the Abhishek because so many of you are here. For you all to do the Abhishek is going to take a long time. And we'll let the deity worship continue as usual. And then we'll start with Srila Prabhupada's Guru Puja as well, which is a very important part of the program as well. Okay, so if we can stand up and one of you can lead the kirtan. The kirtan at the time of the Guru Puja will be led by Chakri Prabhu. And at that time, maybe Chandrasekhar Prabhu can do the arti to Srila Prabhupada. For now, we'll start with the kirtan, starting with the Mangalacharana. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Open this thing.
This is Chakri Prabhu, right?
It's a Guru Puja.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadhi Pashatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Please make two lines. Please, one side from the left and one side from the right, so that everyone can have Abhishek. So please, everyone form one line on the left and one line on the right.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Don't speed up, keep it steady. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Bolo Bolo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Haribo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. What do you want to take it to?
Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, how do you translate that? Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Anybody who's not done the Abhishek, this is your last chance. They're about to close, okay? If any of you not done it, please continue.
Ibo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
So, Srila Prabhupada is leaving. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki. Okay, so now we're going to start with the Guru Puja, okay? So they're going to remove everything from here, and then we'll start Guru Puja. In the meantime, we'll just do the Premadhvani, and then we'll start the Guru Puja. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivraj Vicharya Stotrasta Shri Shrimad, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhaya Charanarvindam Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada ki, ISKCON Founder Charger, BBT Founder Charger, Srila Prabhupada ki, Amre, Shri 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 Guru Parampara ki, Shri Sadguru Sai Prabhu ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Brinda ki, Namacharya Srila Das Thakur ki, Prem se kaho Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Brinda ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath, Shyam Kunda Radha Kund Giri Govardhana ki Jai, Braja Bhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham ki, Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki, Purushottam Chetra Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki, Shri Gokula Puri Dham ki, Jamuna Mai ki Jai, Ganga Mai ki Jai, Srimati Tulasi Devi Maharani ki Jai, Srimati Bhakti Devi Maharani ki Jai, Samaveda Bhakta Brinda ki Jai, Bo Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki Jai, Sankirtan Mahajagya ki Jai, Jugadharma Hare Krishna Maha Mantra ki Jai, ISKCON Texas Yatra ki Jai, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Books and Prasadam Distribution ki Jai. Jai, the Holy Appearance Day of Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahatsava ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Shri 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 Panchatattva ki Jai. Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki Jai. Shri 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 Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra Maharani ki Jai. Shri Shri Prahlad Nrsingadeva ki Jai. Shri Shri Chota Radha Govindaji ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Govindaji ki Jai. Shri Shri Chota Radha Kalachandji ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki Jai. Shri 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 Radha Kalachandji Dham ki Jai. Shri 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 Radha Kalachandji Dham. Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki. Nitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. So what's going to happen is one item we forgot about, and that is we have to make the bhoga offering to Srila Prabhupada, okay? So while the bhoga offering is going on, we will sing the Nrsinga Pranam, okay? Somebody can lead the Nrsinga Pranam from your group here. And then we will actually start with the Guru Puja.
I'm not singing.
One of you guys want to sing? Come on.
Brinda,
Sing. Yeah, please.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Narsinga, Parato Narsinga. Ito Narsinga, Parato Narsinga. Yato Yato Yami Tato Narsinga. Narsinga. Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prapadan Tava Kara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Singam Lalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Kesavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Kara Kamalavare Nakam Adhuta Singam Tarita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Kesavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Kesavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Are you not doing Jai Jagadish? Are you doing Jai Jagadish? Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Oh Shina Singa Jana Singa Jai Jana Simadev Shina Singa Jana Singa Jai Jana Singadev Shina Singa Jana Singa Jai Jana Simadev Shina Sima Jana Sima सिंगदेव भगवान की, लाल महाराज की, निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी।
I don't know, it can't be nice though, but. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Follow him, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Can you go up one key? Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Chakri Prabhu here? Chakri Prabhu. Chakri Prabhu. Chakri Prabhu, would you like to sing Guru Puja? Oh. Srila Prabhupada ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! Oh. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Samsara Java Nanalida Loka Chanaya Karunya Gana Ganata. Samsara Java Nanalida Loka Chanaya Karunya Gana Ganata. Bhaktasya Kalyana Gunana Vatya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Bhaktasya Kalyana Gunana Vatya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Radita Maja Nanatora Sena. Prabhupada! Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Radita Maja Nanatora Sena. Romancha Kampa Sucharanga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Shri Vigrahara Jana Nichanana Singaratana Niramajanado. Shivigahara Jananitanana Singaratana Diramajanado. Prabhupada! Yuktasya Bhaktam Saniyanda Topi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Yuktasya Bhaktam Chaniyunja Topi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vadita Maja Nanatora Sena. Yukta Chabakam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Chaturvida Sri Bhagavata Sadho Madhvala Tiptan Hari Bhakta Sangha Chaturvida Sri Bhagavata Sadho Madhvala Tiptan Hari Bhakta Sangha Hivaiva Tiptim Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Tim Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Hiradika Madhavayara Pada Madhuya Lila Gunarupa Namnam Hiradika Madhavayara Pada Madhuya Lila Gunarupa Namnam Pratikshana Sajana Lulupasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Pratikshana Sajana Lulupasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Nikunjayu Navrati Kelestidaye Yayali Viryu Kira Pekshaniya Nikunjayu Navrati Kelestidaye Yayali Viryu Kira Pekshaniya Tatati Daksha Dati Balabhasya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Chakchadari Trena Samasta Chastaye Uchasata Bhavyataye Vatadi Chakchadari Trena Samasta Chastaye Uchasata Bhavyataye Vatadi Hintu Pavoya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Itu Baboya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Yatya Prasadat Bhagavata Sadho Yatya Prasadat Nagati Kutapi Yatya Prasadat Bhagavata Sadho Yatya Prasadat Nagati Kutapi Jayam Tuvam Chachaya Sati Sanyam Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda Jayam Tuvam Chachaya Sati Sanyam Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda 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 Jaya Prabhupada Pada Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Prabhupada Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivasekcha Sunyavadi Bhaktachari Kacharine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivasekcha Sunyavadi Bhaktachari Kacharine Prabhupada Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda. Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bola bola, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bye bye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Nitai Gaura Hariba, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariba, Nitai Gaura, Nitai Gaura Hariba, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariba, Nitai Gaura. Nitai Gaura Hariba, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariba. Nitai Gaura Hariba, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariba. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.